here that I think we're good. I would have more time, but the things that you did here were so impressive, and we captured it on camera from this angle and that angle up there. I think we can cut it all together. Between that and my going and meeting with your parents, I think we can get it all. And when I meet with your parents, what we might try to do is get you on Skype to be there when I'm with them. So that way we can follow up with some extra stuff with you. Let me ask you to look through this. If there's anything that's not yours. Yeah, that's it. It's you for bringing it all this way. Some shots might, try to refine something and like this table or something like that. But if that's the case, then you can just
If not, I can borrow one of my.
okay. Well, if you can get HexCam, this app, it's called HexCam. If you could get it on there, it would probably be ideal to do it with HexCam.
Exit out of that.
But this is
Kill desktop
HexCam.
together.
It looks like the iPhone looks like this. And this is the I
Kill
think it's
wireless.
probably available for
Reset
Android.
wireless.
Get
Restart desktop.
HexCam.
Yeah.
And there's a setting where you want to make sure that it's set to 24 frames per second. The iPhone usually takes it 30, but 24 is 24. And you want to make sure that it's in this orientation, this landscape orientation. And what you want to do is start recording. And it's
Source display number 2.
hold it towards your body like this. Yeah.
Okay.
And just go very slowly.
That should be.
Put presentation up again.
Yep. What's that? Option command P.
Right, so just imagine it as it would be in a documentary. And if the beginning is rough and the end is rough, that's
Good.
fine, because we just chop that off. We just need a really smooth, slow kind of move across your book in the middle. Okay, good. And then any kind of, also if I ask you for more stills, so for example, if I wanted to ask you to if I lose something, like if I lose one of these, your vampiric, for example, I would ask you to just get a very, if we were going to try to redo this in the computer to show it cleanly on the screen, for example, you would just go to the key photos. And again, you can do this with your Android phone, but see how around the edge. I'm not trying to get it perfect and all that. I'm leaving something that we can crop off. And we just want to make sure that it's perfectly in focus. It's not blurry at all. So then it yeah, right, exactly the same way. So that's great. Thank you so
Great
very,
stuff.
very much.
Time to let in the masses.
Okay, everything's working?
Is the screen on?
don't think it's worth having that up. Okay.
Be careful, they're stampeding.
They're stampeding. You're not stampeding very much now.
No, but the
You're not
rest
stampeding
is.
very much. I was told that the gathered masses were stampeding.
But I think they got blocked by the first door.
Usually works out even better. Right.
Do you think it's a problem if we move this to the other side over here?
I think that might be a good idea. Actually.
Because it gets it out of the way of the camera and people keep going this way to go to the screen.
Let's see if there's enough cable to do that. Yeah.
I think if it's right here, it might actually pick up better too. So.
I think so too.
Just need everyone. Somebody left. Oh, okay. Don't know who left their suitcase out, but it's been put just here. Okay. Are we ready? Are we streaming? Okay. Then let's start again. So, hi everyone. Welcome to this second and final day of the Language Creation Conference. I'm really glad you're all to see you all here again. How do you want to say that? This is going to be a shorter day than yesterday. Relax. We're not going to end up at 7 o'clock again. Few then the revealing of our LCC relay. Before we start, I have a small announcement to make. I've heard from our local host that it's today the scouting their St. George's parade. So if we suddenly hear a lot of noise outside, it's just their parade going passing by this the Capitol Arts Center. Nothing to worry about. It's not war. Just a couple of things to remind everyone. To say that to put your phones on silent as much as possible. It went okay yesterday, but we don't want beeping sounds. Keep your online usage to as low as you can. IRC email is okay. Do not stream radio or movies, and do not follow the LCC stream from here, because we need all the pipe we can to to stream ourselves. So everybody's ready? Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So, without further ado, we'll start with our first presentation of the day, which is from our very own host, Pete Bleakley, who's going to talk about cases, morphology. Exciting. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you all for coming to see me, and thank you to everybody who spoke yesterday for setting the bar so high. It's a pleasure to follow you. So, when is a case not a case? Well, when you go around asking questions like that, you set an expectation that you'll have plenty of answers to give people. And of course, I have got some interesting answers to you, or at least I hope you'll find them interesting. But before I get to the answers, there are some more questions that we need to ask. The first one is, what is a case? You know, it's a familiar thing. We all think we know what it means. So let's have a look. What is a case? This is from the Sill Glossary of Linguistic Terms. Case is a grammatical category determined by the syntactic or semantic function of a noun or pronoun. So basically, it's role marking on nouns. And we've all seen cases in Indo-European languages. Here's a familiar example, Latin. So, servus, nominative singular, slave. Serve, vocative singular, oi, slave. Servum, accusative, slave as object. Servi, of the slave, servo, to the slave, servo, by, with, or from the slave. And case fuses with number in Latin, so servi, slaves, servi, oi, slaves, servos, slaves as objects, which they presumably were treated as a lot of the time, servorum, of the slaves, servis, to the slaves, servis, by, with, or from the slaves. Now, we're all familiar with case systems like that. We've seen them in Latin, we've seen them in German. And, you know, it's very easy to think of case as one thing that does one job. And the trap that we might fall into is to think that that's all case can be. And we've seen a lot of case systems, haven't we, that look like Latin with the serial numbers filed off. And also with the 5 declension classes, 3 genders, and various minor variants filed off as well. But so this is what I'm trying to get away from. This is what I'm trying to show you some alternatives to. So, first answer I've got to my question. When is a case not a case? When it's a segunac. Now, some of you will now be wondering, of course, what's a segunac? Well, segunac is, there it is written in Buchstav runes. David made the font for me. I was an early adopter before he monetized. But it's simply Llangathiagon for suffix. It literally means follow part. And Llangathiagon is an agglutinating language. And so its noun system marks roles with a series of suffixes. And the important thing about these suffixes is that you can have more than one of them on the noun, and their meanings combine. Now, they're organised in a system of ranks. There are different categories, and there's a particular order in which they follow the noun according to their function. So I'm now going to go through the various ranks of segunacar and show you what they do. First rank of segunacar, mod segunacar, that basically means suffix 1. These are deixis markers. So, il, this, ban, that, dau, what, she. So you notice that the vocative in Llangathiagon is marked as a form of deixis. So think about it. Deixis tells you which is being referred to, and vocative tells you that you're being referred to. So that's why it goes there. Next rank, densegunaka, suffix 2. That's proximity. So ut, at. Eb, touching, in contact with. Art, with, that's a comitative. Ash, without. Is, near. And or, far. So those are the proximity markers, and they basically tell you how closely one thing is associated with another. Next, this is where things start to combine in interesting ways. Radseknaka, rank 3. These are relative position. So, ip, in. Sta, outside. Omb, gri, above. Below. Shing, left. Hop, beside. Urth, right. Ikes, aligned with. Tuk, in front of. Den, behind. Now, these Segunaka and the previous and next ranks combine in various interesting ways, usually in quite a transparent way, but there are some combinations that are a bit idiomatic. For example, ut, at, and omb, around, combine to make utomb, which means made of or composed of. Metaphorical extension that useful than the literal meaning. So, one, kath sekunakar, motion. Destination, to. Ik, origin, from. Gu, path, via that way. You know? So those are the 3 ranks, the proximity, position, and motion, that you get most combinations. The next set of Segunakar, since Segunakar, are slightly different. They're more abstract. they don't tend to combine with the local segunakar. So we've got us, of, ol, instrumental, ach, to, recipient, and that's different from am, to as destination. If you could perhaps, do without some of these and replace them with local segunakar if you were doing your own segunak system. Ku, about, topic. This is used quite often as a marker, as a topic marker for indirect discourse. So in Relay 8, I had a sentence, Tamiting ye malfjorost kur withing ye zeldet moisa. He falsely believed the monks they had great treasure. So he believed falsely that the monks had great treasure in idiomatic English. Ung, for benefactive, zen, on behalf of, aug, for as a goal or a reason. A very common expression, hangathiagon is bengilaug, for this reason, which basically means because. And yat, against. So an example of how you might use this is if I want to say, I like apples, but Christoph doesn't like apples, that would be Kuldeek dahir takrosha yaung, shosh, Kuldeek she dahir takrosha Christophiat. Apples are tasteful for me, but they are distasteful against Christoph. And that is true, and that sentence came out of Luxembourg the other year when we had a discussion about apples and personal taste on Twitter. And the final rank, Bantsegunakar number. So, r or r, depending on whether it's on whether the preceding ends with a vowel or a consonant, marks a plural. So let's see these segunakar in action. Let's pile a whole lot of segunakar onto a noun at once and see what we can come up with. So, Hirilta zerisha magye skrigur. May birds fly just over the top of you trees. I'm not quite sure why you would say this, but it might be part of a magical spell for which you need some birds to do something for some weird symbolic reason. Mag is tree. Ye, if you remember, is that vocative deixis. Is near. Gri, above. Gu, root of motion. And r are plural. So there we have a total of 4 segunakar on one noun. Now, you may have noticed wasn't there. I don't have any sort of accusative or ergative in Llangethiagon. Subjects and objects are determined entirely by syntax. It's a very strict VSO word order. And I left them out on purpose. The reason being, I was trying to do something different from a case system. And the first thing you learn about case is distinguishing subjects from objects. So I thought I will leave that key core function of cases out on purpose. Maybe slightly artificial, but that's what I did. Now, what some of you may be wondering is there anything like this in the wild? And Jörg Riemeyer clued me up to the Dagestanian languages. And this is an example from Tsez. This is the local marking of Tsez, a Northeast Caucasian or Dagestanian language. Interpretation of this would would make it look as if SES had 42 local cases. But that's ridiculous. What you can see is there's a set of position markers in, among, on horizontal, under, at, near, on vertical. There's a R or a R form that marks motion towards and a Y form that marks motion away. And there's a as form that marks a distal. And those are all combining. One thing that you'll notice is different and a bit more naturalistic than I managed with Llengethian. There's a bit of allomorphy going on in there. Now, linguists can't agree amongst themselves how many cases Dagestanian languages actually have. There's a paper by Bernard Comrie and Maria Polinsky, which has the wonderful name of The Great Dagestanian Case Hoax. Now, if linguists can't even agree how many cases a language actually has, I think that's a good clue that something a bit different from what we're used to thinking of is going on here. Now, there's one other conlang that has something quite similar to Llengethian system, and that's Gyazunbun by Jim Henry. I hope I pronounced that right. And that has 3 core spatial postpositions. They can take suffixes for being near, far, or inside, and they can take prefixes for orientation relative to a centre. And then you can combine those spatial postpositions with a root word, a case marker. So that is the nearest thing to Segunaka that I've seen in another conlang, although Jörg did say that he was thinking about doing something like what he calls case construction kits for a descendant of Old Albic. So, that's my first answer. Now for my second answer. When is a case not a case? When it's a verb. So, I was thinking about where cases come from. So, let's look at an ordinary English sentence. I give the dog a bone. Suppose that we didn't grammaticalise recipients in English. How would we say that? We'd have to come up with a periphrastic expression like, I give a bone, the dog gets it. Now, suppose we grammaticalised this a different way and turned this secondary clause into a case. We could get something like, I give a bone, the dog et. You can see how I've turned a verb into a case here. Now, the thing is, I was thinking about how verbs and cases are actually doing similar jobs and how a case is telling you what something is doing. And I was also thinking about my favourite exolang. Anybody know what that is? Hands up and... What? No. No, Kalen. And Kalen, many of you know, is a language with no verbs. And I thought, now that's interesting and different. And I would like to do something that is interesting and different again. And so taking this idea of verbs and nouns being able to give you the whole meaning of what you're doing, and verbs and cases being related, I came up with Iliena, where every word is a noun and a verb at the same time. Now, Ilyena is an exolang. It is spoken on Lienkovd, which is the 4th planet of the Delta Pavonis system. Delta Pavonis is about 6 parsecs, or 20 light years in layman's terms, away from us in the southern hemisphere. It's spoken by the lay of Lyena, who are crepuscular bipeds, possibly a little shorter than humanoids, mottled skin, and they have sensory hairs, vibrissae, all over their bodies, about similar to cat's whiskers, about 2 inches long, an inch apart all over their skin, and they're very sensitive to air movements because of this. And because of this sensitivity to air movements, they see themselves as being immersed in an active world. And because of that, in their worldview, everything is doing something. And the structure of their language reflects that. I'll show you how now. So, this is possibly the most egregious abuse of the triconsonantal system in the history of conlanging. A Layan noun is a triconsonantal root. So, l, y, n represents the speakers of the language. It's what we call the Layan. And then the verb is a vowel pattern that is interdigitated into that root. So E, 1, 2, E, 3, A is the word to speak. So the name of the language, Ilyena, actually means Layan speak. And a Layan sentence is composed of a string of these noun-verb compounds, each showing you one participant in the overall action and what its role in the action is. So, let's see an example of this. This is taken from a Layan legend called The Boats of the Dead, which I wrote for Loco Rimo a couple of years ago. So, Plata huima ochwoma eknet aroil. So that's T-L-T all and 1, 2, A, 3, A, B. Huima, H-W-M, 3rd person, and 1, 2, E, 3, Ochwoma, 3rd person again, and O, 1, 2, O, 3, A, decorate. Eknet, K-N-T, pattern. E, 1, 2, E, 3, have, and Aroil, R-Y-L, beauty, A-1, O, adorn. There are often disguised English or other Natlang words in Ilyena words. So, for example, K-N-T, pattern, is based on not. But he decorated everything he made with beautiful patterns. So you can see how noun-verb compounds are chained together to make the overall sentence. Now, a lot of verb patterns are very often very case-like in their meaning. So, for example, E1, 2, E3, which you saw there, is very often used as a genitive. Yeah? 1, 0, 2, 3, hold, locative. That's in the name of their planet, Lienkovd. Layan dwell, world holds. The planet where the Layan live. 1, 2, 3, or use, that's an instrumental. 1, 2, 3, receive. That's a date. That's very often used as a dative. Now, one that's not used very much by the Layan themselves, because everything is doing something, is 1, 2, 3, o, undergo, accusative. And So that's sometimes used if you really can't think what else something is doing. And humans who are learning Ilyena and not really used to the idea that everything is doing something, very often use this particular pattern. And if you're talking to a layman and you are making this mistake, you will often hear them muttering under their breath, "Chmuno." So, yeah, blooming humans overusing that verb pattern again. Now, the interesting thing is that, I can't remember her name, but a Kaleni explorer once visited Leonkov, and she described Ilyena as being a verbless language like Kalen, just with lots and lots of cases. The Layan themselves think of that as cognitive bias on the part of the Kaleni. They're seeing it through the lens of their own verbless language. But yes, yes, it was very nice of Sylvia to allow me to share her fictional universe with Ilyena. So that's 2 answers from my own languages, but I've got an answer here that comes from somebody else's language, and this is a language that really fascinated me. So when is a case not a case? When it's a kowu. Now, the term kowu comes from Leela Sadkin's language Tenata. Some of you who were at LCC6 will have heard Leela talk about Tenata there. Now, her talk was entitled Dissolving Lexical Categories. So Tenata does not have the same parts of speech that the languages we're used to have. The parts of speech that Tenata has are lume, semantic roots, so that's the core of the word's meaning. Teya, categorical suffixes, they refine the meaning of the word. Kowu, function prefixes, that's what I'll mainly be talking about today. Ngona, verbal inflection particles. Ruma, validity particles, those come at the end of the sentence and they carry, as I say, inflectional categories. Feini, conjunctions, and yiso pronouns. Those we'll see a little of, but not as much. So let's have a look at what the kowu are. They're similar to case, but not quite the same. So the first kowu, so, actor. So that's the obvious agent of the clause. T, action. Now you may think that that marks something as a verb, and often it does, but you can have a full sentence without a marked word in. I'll show you an example later on. Ru, recipient, but it isn't just a dative. There's more to it than that. It can also indicate the natural state of something. And in fact, in those cases, it often becomes the verb-like part of the sentence. Fi, beneficiary. Pay, purpose. Lo, location. Ka, that is another one that is often verb-like because it often marks this. If you're going somewhere, that would often mark how you got there, or ne, instrument. I think that one can be verbal as well. And mu, auxiliary. So that's a secondary action like wanting. And ko. So a content word consists of a kowu, at least one lume, and at least one teia. And the kowu relates to the role of the word in the clause as a whole. So whereas cases very often relate one word to another, kowu will relate the whole clause. And a word may function as noun, verb, adjective, or adverb, depending on its context. And also the kowu and the teja will give you clues about that. So, I'll give you an example of tenata in action. And I wrote a passage in tenata for Inverse Relay 2. Sylvia had translated the passage into Llengathiagon, and then I took that and translated it using materials that Leela had given me into tenata. So chatel temlu ulonguping lot simon mon ucham lang wamopswe xinsomese caseta simon lu wafes latus. So, that was difficult for me to pronounce. I should have rehearsed that. So, actor, snow. Recipient, blanket. I'm only really passing the low woo here because that's what I'm really interested in telling you about. Location, mountain path. Then a ngona. But, actor, we. Direction, mountains. And then a ngona and a ruma. So, snow blanketed. There we see the use of ru to mean a natural, to mean a state of something. So snow was a blanket on the mountain path. There we've got low, but we went by those mountains. So there we're using the direction affix to, in a verbal sense, to show that we went by the mountains. So, when is a case? So, there was all these lowu combined together to make an overall sense of the sentence. And in some it's a bit like Kalen with its limited set of relationals to show you what's going on. In some ways, it's a bit like Ilyena with a kind of fusion between nouns and verbs. And in some ways, it's a bit like a case system. And, you know, this is a language that absolutely fascinates me, which is, of course, why I chose to do an inverse relay on it and why I brought it into the talk today. Now, we're going to have a bit of extra time for questions because but I would have run over if I'd asked for a shorter slot. But notice the last two words, wafes latus. Now that's indicative imperfective and my own point of view true. And that the last ngona and ruma. Now that is in my experience of translating into tenata, that is a very common way to end a sentence. And I got the impression when I was doing this that if you were talking to somebody in tenata and you'd been going on a bit, you might find them muttering under their breath, oh, wafes latus, wafes latus. But before you all start muttering that, I'm nearly at the end, nearly ready to wrap up, and so it'll be time for you to ask me questions in a moment. But before you do, I've got a question to ask you. When is a case not a case?
Thank you very much. Any questions or answers?
When you talked about the language, what was that, Hangnath-Yagon, with the various categories, that reminded me a lot of Klingon, which has affixes in various groups as well, which have to occur in a certain order. Things such as plural, whether it's bigger or smaller, deixis, possession, case or sort of role in the sentence, but it doesn't do the combination of the locative cases in the way you did. So it's not quite Segunakar, but I found it similar in some respects. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the Klingon affix system.
Not that familiar with Klingon, although Philip Newton did send me a Klingon text to translate in a relay once. But I do know that Mark Okrand studies Native American languages, and the languages he studies tend to have that kind of templatic agglutinating system where affixes follow each other in a fixed order, and he was influenced by that in creating Klingon.
Yeah, it's sometimes also a toy, a game to make nouns or verbs with lots of affixes on them. The canonical example is because of your apparent minor errors, which is just one noun with lots of cases on it.
Well, that reminds me of a game I used to play when I first started learning German, which was to try to create the longest compound word I possibly could.
By the way, your Klingon has a definite foreign accent. You didn't spit nearly enough. Oh, man. Right. Sorry.
Okay.
This was really interesting, Pete. I found this very fascinating. Ileana, your verbal, those vocalic interfix patterns for verbs, putting them as a verb interfix within a noun template, that's fascinating to me. However, I'm curious, given the limited number of vowels, it seems to me your verbal lexicon of such interfixes must be numerically limited. Does that cause a problem when, like, translating in relays, or when you want to, or how does Ileana get around this apparent limitation in the number of verbal vocalic interfixes?
Well, by my calculations, there would be a total of 160 possible verb patterns. Now, possibly some meanings would be expressed by a combination of verbs between different nouns. And, I see no reason why homophony wouldn't be possible amongst verb patterns as well. It can probably be, humans can disambiguate homophones by context pretty well. I don't see any reason why Leon wouldn't be able to.
More questions?
Thank you. Also, another question regarding the same language. I noticed that you had a relative clause in of that sentence, and since you don't use any conjunctions or anything, I was wondering whether it was unambiguous that this sentence should be interpreted in that way, or if there's a strict syntax to follow to kind of, there are two separate clauses in that sentence.
Okay, syntax in Ilyena, well, obviously you can't describe it as VSO or SVO or anything like that. But what it's used for is you group together related participants, and you also use it to show the flow of the action through the clause. And so that Ilyena is actually quite a hard language to describe because it's quite minimalistic and impressionistic in its grammar. But the meaning builds up and you get an overall sense as you read it. Ilyena mainly gets used in relays, and I've never seen anything, really. I've never seen any really bad misinterpretation of what I've written in a relay in Ilyena. Mind you, the funniest thing that happened is, again, as I mentioned earlier, Philip Newton sent me a Klingon relay text which I had to translate into Ilyena, and when he got it, it mentioned a sledge. Now, as you know, if you know Klingon, you can't just make up Klingon words. Only Mark Okrand can do that. There's no word for sledge in Klingon, so Philip came up. There's only one known word for any type of vehicle, and that is duch, ship. So what he sent me contained something that translated as ship. So I wondered, what's that? It'd be an icebreaker. Plausible, but a bit prosaic. Could it be a big sledge with sails? Which would actually have been the closest to what Philip got. It kind of had a ring to it, but then a third possibility came to mind. Could it be a ship made of ice? That was just irresistible. I had to do it.
Okay. Any more questions? RFC?
So, well, John actually kind of asked my question, but I'll just move in a slightly different direction then. Could you plan Ilyena to have a closed class of verbs? Like, since you brought up Sylvia, for example, her new language, which is now called Sodemaru, it's not Sodnalini anymore, is that correct? Sodemadu, sorry. You said that and I heard Sodemaru. Okay. Sodemadu. Anyway, it has a closed class of verbs that number in the... now, I imagine you need more for Ilyena the way you do it, but could you plan on essentially making it a class, maybe just a couple hundred, and then the speakers anymore, but there would be new lexical roots that would come in.
Yeah, there are five vowels, a standard 5, and 4 slots that they can go in, and up to 3 of those slots can be empty. One of the internal positions must be filled, so that's how you get to 2,160. And so, yeah, I don't think you could limit it like that if you wanted to. I don't particularly want to. I haven't got anywhere near exhausting the possible space of Ilyena verbs yet. And it's a language that sort of develops slowly because it's mainly developed through relays. But I've sort of, if it were closed class, then possibly the Kalen would be more justified in their interpretation of it than is actually the case.
So I have a related question. You said the Kalen speakers would think of Ilyena as not being verb integrated, but rather having an obscene number of cases. What would the Ilyena speakers think of Kalen not having verbs?
Right. Well, I can tell you what they think of human languages, and maybe you can extrapolate from that. Okay. The noun root of the word. The verb pattern is the spirit of the word. And one popular textbook of English begins with the words, "Human words are like corpses and ghosts." The body doesn't have the spirit, and the spirit doesn't have the body. So a body without a spirit is a corpse, a spirit without a body is a ghost. So then Kalen would be spiritless. Possibly, but, you know, I have to think into how they would interpret different things in Kalen, because they're going to have their own cognitive bias, and they're probably going to put their own skew on Kalen just as much as the Kaleni do on Ilyena.
So I had a question from IRC. I think that the folks on IRC kind of answered it. For anybody else, it might do. From 55 was concepts like pronouns, like it and they, done, and are they also verbs? I think if you went back to one of your earlier slides, you could show where it was used.
Yeah, well, yeah, essentially pronouns are nouns.
Yeah. Right, so then they just have, each one will have its own triconsonantal root. Yeah, cool.
Okay. More questions? Or once again, answers? Yeah.
When you said that some cases are not cases when they are verbs, that made me think of serial verb constructions, which are in several natural languages used to convey things in some places, especially things like receive or move or something like that. I think if you had a language with serial verb constructions, you could probably get by with very small verbs, because in many of these languages they can combine in, two verbs is quite obvious, 3 or 4, even 5 or 6 verbs are tested in some languages. So you could have something like get up, eat, sleep, and arrive to express something like travel. And you could do things like that in a language like Ilyena, probably if you wanted to reduce the number of verbs to about 100 or so. Just an idea that I had about this.
Yes, well, of course, Ilyena is serial verb constructions turned up to 11, and I've just made them tightly integrated into the way that the language works. But it's not the only monovalent language, a language where every verb has exactly one argument about. It's not the only monovalent conlang about. There's about a dozen, and Henrik created, I'm trying to pronounce this, I can't, I can't quite pronounce clicks in the middle of a word, but that is one of them. But there's about a dozen conlangs that I know of that are based around serial verb constructions and and where every verb has precisely one argument. And Ileana just takes that to an extreme by fusing the nouns and the verbs.
This makes me have a follow-up question to this whole line of questioning that's been going on. You mentioned at one point where the impressionistic syntax of Ileana, and I was impressed by, or at least what was conveyed to my mind when you said that the sentence structure creates a flow of the action. And thinking about that more, it seems to me that using serial verbs in Ileana for the arbitrary goal of reducing your number of verbs would disturb or get in the way of, potentially get in the way of allowing the syntax to create this flow you speak of. Would you agree with that? That would be I mean, is that how you would see it if you were to try to use serial verbs? Would it interrupt this flow?
Well, as I say, the flow is all based on the founding principle of Ileana that everything is doing something, which is again why that flow pattern isn't used very much. You can generally find something that that every participant is doing, and one thing that you get from not closing the verb class is expressiveness. Sometimes you might want to something that would be the object in a sentence. You might use a different verb with it and just give a slightly different nuance to the sentence. But yes, this is my most experimental language, and it's a way, and it's an experiment in creating the maximum amount of expression with the limited means, and I'm very pleased with the results.
Okay, last question.
How does Ileana handle things such as desires and being able to do things? So to want to be able to. Obviously, there's no moods as everything's a noun or a verb. So what's the mechanism for that?
You very often do that by repeating a noun. So he wants to go might be he want, he go.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. This will fire up people's imaginations, I believe. Okay. Next presentation, our own side. Let you start yourself. Go ahead.
Right. So as Christophe mentioned yesterday, we have been working with a law firm for a few months now to try to get a answer finally to the questions that we've all been having on list for years about what exactly is the legal status of conlangs. They're lawyers, so the answer is it depends. You may be familiar with legalese as the conlang that is the most precise and the most confusing. So my talk is based on the memo. The memo is on the website, and I encourage you to read it yourselves. I am not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. It's a talk about legal information, so I have to include the disclaimer, my lawyers said so. So first off, thank you very much to Sam, Heather, and Mark at Denton's, who prepared a really awesome memo about the legal status. And there were some issues about privilege and so forth. We got a public version up that you can all benefit from. So it's not just benefiting the LCS. Everyone can read it. It is not advice for you. Obviously, your situation may differ, but hopefully it'll help. I'm going to try. I'm going to try to cover the overview to explain sort of some background. I should mention that this is U.S. law. We have not covered any other country's law at all, and in particular, I would say that this probably applies even less in civil law countries in Europe. So it might apply a little bit more in the UK or Canada, but don't take my word for it. So, why should you care? Well, do you want to stop someone from using or misusing your conlang? Do you want to be able to sell it? Do you want to sell books or other things? Do you want to make something based on conlang that you didn't make? Do you want to make a derivative language of someone else's stuff? If your conlang gets used in a novel, do you want to make sure that they attribute that use to you? Or suppose it gets used in a retranslation of Mein Kampf, do you want to make sure that they do not attribute that to you? We're going to go over that. So first off, there are three main categories of intellectual property under US law. The first, that most people are probably most familiar with, is copyright. Now, under the Berne Convention, copyright is automatic. Whenever you fix a work, which means it's got to be an actual specific thing, like a recording of voice or text or something like that, it can't just be in your head, you have copyright. And so long as Mickey Mouse is still around, it still belongs to you, unless you assign it to someone. Technically, it's the life of the author plus 70 years. Practically, it's everything since Mickey Mouse. Now, in the US, there is a fair use exemption, which means you can, even if something is copyrighted, you can use it for academic critique, you can mention it, you can use extracts, etc. There's fair use. And it can't be purely utilitarian. You can't copyright, for instance, the idea underlying a recipe. You can't copyright the recipe per se. But you can copyright your write-up of the recipe. That's, yes. So your description, do this, then do this, stir gently, whatever. If there's some in that, then you're okay. But the recipe itself, no. No copyright there. Next is trademark. Mainly comes up when you're talking about commercial stuff, though not purely. So for instance, the LCS has a trademark logo. We are not commercial, we're a nonprofit, but you do not get to use our logo unless we let you. Trademarks are to identify the source of services or products. The way you can control it is basically by saying, you are benefiting from my brand, and you're not allowed to do that, right? Like we worked hard to establish the LCS as a respectable name, and some movie company can't come around and say, put our logo on their, because then they would be benefiting from our goodwill, which is not cool. There are caveats, however. So you don't have to register. You can, which is what the little registered trademark is for. That just increases damages if it ever goes to court. You have to maintain it, though, and you have to keep telling people not to use it. If you don't do that, what happens to you is Kleenex.
failed to do that. Xerox failed to do that. And now people in the US, at least, I don't know about you Brits, refer to any facial tissue as Kleenex, even if it's not Kleenex brand. Or you can Xerox something on an HP scanner. Too bad. So you got to maintain that. And there is something called trade dress. Trademarks are marks. So there is a symbol, a word, an image, sometimes a sound, something like that. It's a specific thing. Trade dress is sort of like trademark, but just for the more touchy-feely kind of stuff. Like if you walk into a restaurant and it happens to have decorations in yellow and red, and it happens to serve burgers and fries and so forth, and it happens to have a steepled roof in a particular configuration, a certain company might get pissed. Why? Because consumers confuse that they are in something related to that company rather than this random upstart. Lastly, you have patents. Now, patents are not things that you can just automatically have. You have to go to the patent, apply, and register your patent. Moreover, you have to do it within 1 year of it being public in any way. Now, this is a relatively recent development in case law in the US. Also, in theory at least, it has to be useful, it has to be novel, it can't be obvious to people who are experts in the field of whatever the thing is, and it can't be purely a creative or artistic work. That would go under copyright. You can't have copyright and patent. They're not copacetic for the most part. There are some edge cases, but I'm not going into that unless you ask. In the US, you can patent methods, so a method to make something. In most of the EU, my understanding is not so much. The main way that comes up is software. In the US, we have software patents. In the EU, not so much, but anyway, so the thing that you are making a method for, however, has to otherwise be patentable subject matter, as it's called. So it's got to be within the scope of things that are in the law that says you can patent this, 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 and this, and methods for making those things. Now, there's sort of a little slim add-on. So in the EU, it's called droit moral, because the French like to actually have morals. In the US, moral rights are mostly not a thing. There is something called right of publicity. So, for instance, you can't go out and sell cars with my face on them because I don't like cigars. B, you're basically using my likeness to promote your product and you're not giving me any money. And I didn't agree with that. And also I think it's defamatory. Maybe. Anyway, that's not cool. So you can't do that. However, it's only association with you. However, that does extend a little bit. So for instance, if you were to publish something in some book of Dothraki, for instance, that's sort of associated with HBO and with David. And there's ways to get around. I'll get to that in a sec. But to the extent that anybody might be confused or you are benefiting from the hard work that HBO did buying lots and lots and lots and paying God knows how much to make Game of Thrones, not cool. However, it's pretty tenuous, at least in the US. Conlings. What does a lawyer look at? Well, you've got works. So if you write a grammar, like a grammar sketch, not the rules, if you write some poetry, if you write a novel, if you make a movie. All those things are very traditional copyrighted works. And those are protected, definitely. You can assign them, you own them as soon as they're created. They might be derivative from some other work, in which case you better get permission, etc. There's also sort of a penumbra, as it were, of the stuff that's associated with it. Like I was mentioning with Dothraki or Klingon or Na'vi or Quenya. Don't piss off the Tolkien estate. Then there's your actual vocabulary, which you could argue you created all these tiny little creative works, namely the words and the entire vocabulary. So what do we do about that? Glyphs. You make a conscript. Maybe you make a conscript. Are the glyphs themselves like miniature works of art that you can protect? What about a compilation where you arrange your vocabulary in a creative way, separate from the vocabulary per se, the arrangement of it? The rules themselves. Fonts, as in software, not as in the pictures. And, of course, association with you. So let's break it down, going back to trademark, patent, and droit moral. So, copyright. You make a book, poetry, music, you're cool. No one can use that stuff without your permission, except for fair use. Grammar documents, ditto. So I can't go out and photocopy the Klingon dictionary and sell it. That's not okay. Mark would be pissed. And similarly, the dictionary itself, Mark has, so in the Klingon dictionary, there is a section which is a grammar sketch, and there's a section which is the dictionary, with namely a list of words and translations. And Mark put some creative thought into how to arrange that. Now, to the extent that he has had some creativity in how to gloss or define the words that are in there, that creates is protected, just like the OED. The OED, we all know what then means, or maybe we don't. The OED probably has 5 pages on it. But someone spent time to sort of creatively define that. There is creativity in that. But the OED does not have ownership over the word then, or the meanings of it. Likewise, you can't really copyright the individual vocab words because they're too small to count. So if I were to take, say, David's Dothraki, to the extent that it's public and I'm not trading on insider information, he just put out a book, Living Language Dothraki, which has a vocab in it. Suppose I take the vocab in that, I resort it by, say, a different categorization, by, I don't know, how pretty I think the word is, and I redo the glosses. Tough shit. I'm allowed to do that, pretty much. If you're making something a posteriori, so if you're making a conlang based on a natural language, that is public domain. The natural language is public domain. And so if you're making something derived from something that's public domain, it's less likely to be protected. But there we get into the on the exactly the situation kind of stuff. You cannot copyright an idea. You cannot grammar rules. You cannot copyright individual vocabulary. And you cannot copyright anything that's useful, because useful stuff, by definition, is not creative, according to the US Patent and Trademark Office. So, TLDR, language is supposed to be used. So if you use someone else's language, or someone else wants to use your language, that's mostly allowed, and you can't really do anything about it. However, trademark. So, like I said, it identifies the single source. It identifies the brand that's associated with some good or service. So you have to actually have a good or service associated with it. So you have to be basically selling stuff. Though in theory you could have non-profit making stuff, but it's got to be something. You can't just be the thing. There's a specific exception in the case where Lojban and Loglan actually went to court. The court said that loglan cannot be the word loglan because it is a generic name for logical languages in general. And anyway, you couldn't copyright the word French, and loglan is just a language that is a fact about the world once it is created. So, specific exception, no. However, these are based on the relevant public, and it's limited to the area of use. So, again, picking on David, if you were to make something commercially available that looks like maybe David approved it, or HBO approved it, or David and Dan approved it, you're going to have problems. TLDR, if it's making money, don't mess with it. Without permission, at least. There are edge cases, but don't pretend to be someone you're not, who has spent money to make money. Just don't go there. It's not going to be happy. Now, patent, in theory. I redid that. Yeah, never mind that first part. So a patent, you can patent a idea to a certain extent. You can't patent an abstract idea. Like you can't patent Morse code in particular. They tried and got denied. You can't patent an algorithm. You can't patent methods. So it's possible if you came up with a really awesome new way of making a conlang, you might be able to patent that. I should add, for all of these, there is what can you assert and what can you maybe even get the US Patent and Trademark Office to sign off on, and what will survive court. Almost none of this has ever been to court. So there's lots of maybes, tea leaf reading in this. As I said, I have no idea. However, it's not purely derivative or duplicative of prior art. And prior art is us. All the stuff made is prior art for conlanging. And then you're going to have to say, okay, so your conlang has some idea, or you've a cool new way of doing something. Are you sure it's not Anadu or Akadu? Really? Good luck with that. And also, remember, you got to file within 1 year anyone knows about it. So, not likely. However, there are a few conlang-related patents that exist, that are filed. I have no idea if they would withstand scrutiny, but also I don't think I've ever cared. If you're curious, search the ConlangL archive. I've posted direct links to the patents. There's some interesting ones that you can read for yourself and see what you think. See if you think they're novel and not obvious to experts. Finally, moral rights. Do you want credit? You can probably insist that someone give you credit for your work. This is, again, in this sort of wishy-washy area. It depends, maybe. Do you deserve credit? Are you the one who made it? If not, what? So don't take credit for other people's work, and give credit where credit is due. And if you're using someone else's stuff, probably give it. and make sure it's all cool. So, recap. Can you stop someone from misusing your language? Probably not. They can use your language as long as it's not a commercial thing. Too bad. Can you sell a conlang? Well, you can sell conlang services, as the LCS does, as David, Paul and Mark and others have done, definitely. Can you sell the language itself? That's not clear, because it's not clear whether the language itself is a thing in the eyes of IP law. Can you sell a grammar book? Definitely. The Klingon dictionary sells a bunch. Hopefully David's Living Language Dothraki will sell a bunch. That you can definitely do. Can you make a conlang based on other people's stuff? It depends. Can you sell things based on a popular conlang? It depends. Can you require someone to attribute to you? It depends on how many lawyers each side has and how much of a dick they're feeling like being. But probably you can say, you gotta give me credit, or I don't want to have anything to do with this, take my name out of it. Can you get sued? Yes, you can always get sued. That is the answer. Always, you can get sued for anything. The question is, who's gonna win? Most likely the people with more lawyers, realistically. Also, most likely it's never going to go to court. Virtually everything settles, and there's been like 1-2 cases related to conlanging ever that I know of, or that our lawyers know of. So, yeah, you're probably okay on that front. However, so we've been talking about law. What is like the hard line? This is what the law have rights. Okay. Pragmatically, what we're really talking about is culture. We as a conlanging community, and we can extend this to the broader community of creators, of novels, movies, etc. We have an ethic of sharing our work, of trying to improve the craft, not just for ourselves and keeping our own little trade secrets, but for everyone. That's why we're here, right? To share our knowledge and improve everyone's work. We have an ethic of don't use stuff without permission if it's someone else's. And try to improve how other people see that, try to get others to adopt the same point of view. We're not really that much into proselytizing, so a lot of it is not going to be a concern, because I would guess most people in the room don't care that much if 1 million people learn their language. Like, it'd be nice to have a couple, but right, like that's not why you're doing it. So basically, just be excellent to each other, and you're going to be fine. And be excellent to big corporations too, and they're probably not going to sue you. But that is not legal advice. Get a lawyer. I like this little quote. It's probably not true, but from my experience with lawyers, it's accurate. The more you know about law, the more you're likely to say, it depends. So, questions and answers. No, I am not giving advice, and it depends.
So, yeah, plenty of questions I was expecting.
Right, my Hangasiagon dictionary is in the language's own alphabetical order, Buchstabe order. Are you saying that under US law that might increase the amount of copyright protection that dictionary?
So you would have 2 separate copyrights. The arrangement per se. So there is a small amount of creative, artistic work in the fact that you arranged it in conlang alphabetical order. That is a creative arrangement. So that arrangement per se, you do have some interest in. Now again, the glosses, the vocab, that's a different question, but the arrangement per se, you do have a little bit of a foothold.
What if I have a language which I'll call foo, and I publish a grammar and I want people to know to learn it, and I think that's all great. Or maybe I'll call it Fulapuk. So I publish a grammar and a dictionary, and I want lots of people to speak it, and then people start learning it, and it's all cool. And then people start thinking, well, you know, what do you call a transporter van in Fulapuk? And they make up their own words. Or how do I say, you know, I would have done it if I had invented, and I haven't really talked a lot about conditional clauses. So people think, well, there's this subjunctive case, mood, we'll use that. And I'm not cool with that. I don't want them to do that because that's not my language anymore. They're making stuff up. Can I prevent them from doing that?
It depends. So first off, US only. Droit moral is a very different thing in Europe, and that more. I don't know, that's not anything. That's just asterisk, go ask a European lawyer. In the US, so first off, Fulapuk. As far as I know, Volapuk is public domain now, so you're cool on that front. And I don't think anyone's making money on Volapuk these days. Yeah, I doubt it. So you put out your great grammar, you put it out online, or are you selling a book?
Let's say I sell a book.
You're selling a book. Okay, so you've got your own version of the Klingon dictionary or whatever that sells Fulapuk and all its glory. Okay, so someone else comes along and invents new words that are bad Fulapuk as far as you're concerned. Yeah. Are they claiming that it was authorized by you? Let's suppose they say, this is totally unofficial, I made this up, inspired by, he had nothing to do with it. You probably don't have something there. Are they selling something with it that would compete with your book? Like, are they getting it's called unjust enrichment? Are they making money based on your work, basically? Maybe you might have something ish. It's pretty thin. If let's take the more plausible scenario. You put Fulapuk up on your website. You never filed for a patent because not likely. And they put out Fulapuk dictionary supplement covering modern terms, because Fulapuk has a culture set in the Middle Ages. They don't have words for cars, but I want to talk about cars, and here is my Fulapuk supplement. Tough shit. You probably can't do anything except put your require or prohibit attribution to you, maybe. But again, that's if it went to court, what might happen, and we don't know for sure, answer. There's also the pragmatic answer of what would actually happen. What would actually happen, most likely, is you'd send them an email saying, could you please stop doing that, you're doing it wrong. And they'd say, well, but we want words for this. And you'd say, well, maybe here's how you can do it. Or they'd just be respectful and ask to interact with you first, or so forth. So what's likely to actually happen and come out if a judge ever ruled on it are very different things. So most likely, just talk it out.
I had 4 questions, but I think I can get rid of some of them. First question, this is coming from an IRC user called Mieko. You had mentioned that algorithms couldn't be patented, and he claims that they can be patented, and he's provided 6 examples.
Yes. So that is one of the cases where my very first slide says I'm glossing over a lot of details. Mm-hmm. So for one, code can be copyrighted to the extent that it is original, but not if it is the only way to express a particular algorithm. So APIs, for example, recently have lost several cases where you can't copyright the API. Patent, read the memo. It very specifically talks about algorithms. In some respects, algorithms are explicitly denied patent eligibility by case law. In some respects, there's stuff that you can do. So there you get to method patents in the US. So I believe for a while, some encryption methods in the US have had patents on them. There's patent encumbered software that the Stallman would throw a fit about if you try to use it, etc. So there is software patents, and so therefore those depend basically on method, and that sort of means that you kind of have something on algorithms, but it really depends. That gets super technical, and that's not what this talk is about. Ask your friendly software patent lawyer.
So I guess his question connected with that was like his idea was that if algorithms could be patented, then conlangs should count as algorithms, and therefore conlangs should be patentable.
Yeah, so patentable. So patentable, again, patent. There are the main requirements of a patent. It's got to have utility. It's got to be novel. It cannot be obvious to experts in the field. It has to have been disclosed more than a year before you filed for the patent. It can't be purely creative, and you have to have filed. And this is all considering prior art. So what are you doing in your conlang that you really think is a new things that people have not done before and that none of us would think is duh? I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying good luck.
Okay. I'm going to go with the next question from that was Steinbergen, and he asks, and there's probably going to be follow-up questions from you. Yeah, suppose I published a conlang named Dothraki.
Dothraki, okay.
Yeah, full of elements from David's Dothraki here in the Netherlands. What can HBO do against me in that case?
Okay, first off, that is a specific factual situation. I do not know enough facts, and I am not a lawyer, and I'm not going to give you any. So I'm going to answer a different question that is related to your question. That is a little bit more abstract. First off, you've got international law. David's a U.S. citizen. HBO is headquartered in the U.S., at least the part of HBO that makes Game of Thrones, I think, or they shot in Ireland and God knows where. HBO, of course, is a multinational entity. They have things all over the place, including in the Netherlands, I would bet. And, okay, so is something that you're making confusing the public about the source? Like, would someone who's a fan of Game of Thrones think that this Dothraki is like like the official way of cussing in Dothraki? Probably not. I think David pretty much covered that. Would it reduce the sale of something? I don't know. David's put out a book that's selling. HBO cleared that. Are you diluting the value of the work? Are you diluting the commercial value of Living Language Dothraki, of Game of Thrones, of all the random shit they sell together with the series, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Are they losing money? If they are, you really don't want to be in that situation. Just as a practical matter. Now, if you're some tiny little website, no offense, Jan, you're a great Collinger, but you are not a competitor for HBO, realistically. Are they going to come after you? It's not likely. Are they going to actually sue you? I would be shocked. Might you get a letter from their lawyers? It's possible. And then you got to deal with Netherlands law, which I don't know anything about, so...
Okay, and then this is my last
depends.
question. This is my last question, and it's for me, and then I promise in the mic. I just wanted to ask you more about when, at the last part where you were talking about the culture in the community, essentially. So I'll give you a real, there was somebody somewhere for private, like, role-playing wiki. They copied the Dothraki dictionary that the fans had put online. They copied it in its entirety and
You
put
mean
it
the
up.
Dothraki.org one?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And they put it up on their site and they said this is the South Barbarian language for their private little thing.
They copied it verbatim.
Yeah, verbatim. They
Okay.
just copied the whole thing. So obviously they shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't be allowed to do that.
That would be a copyright violation of the people who made Dothraki.org.
Exactly. But at the same time, it was just a little private thing. Like, obviously, nobody is going to go to that. Nobody really cares about that. So it's nothing. But let's say that you are, a conlanger who's just creating the website, and somebody else decides to do just that. And let's say that
as opposed to Dothraki.
Yeah,
like someone's ripping off Kamakawi.
Yeah, but and so it's like, and let's say it's just your very somebody does this and just totally copies the entire website, and puts it up on their own. Now, this thing that they did, it's no competition for a Dothraki, but it honestly might very well be for a conlanger's very first conlang. And let's say that these people are not conlangers, they're not even a part of the community, and they don't even care about our community. They just decide to use it, and suddenly their website is getting more hits than your original website.
Right.
What could you do? Like, if these, I definitely could see, reaching out to them saying, hey, this is my work. But if they're not?
Well, even if they're not, first off, people in RPG fandom, in fandoms for other works, etc., usually are actually pretty respectful. There's a healthy fan fiction community, and this would sort of go into that territory, and that is a issue I'm not going to touch. But just straight up ripping off verbatim, you almost certainly have a copyright claim. I don't know, maybe it depends. But you could tell their web host, that's my shit, take it down under the DMCA.
Okay.
And the copyright host, in order to avoid liability on them, or sorry, not the copyright, the host, the server, in order to avoid liability, they have to tell the person that you're yours, and they're going to take it down unless they say legally it's theirs, and then the server is hands off and you guys can go to court. But practically, that's probably not going to happen. And also, what harm is coming to you from the fact that this RPG is using your stuff? Is it just you're not being credited, that's really easy to fix. I doubt anyone's going to be that much of an ass to not credit you if you ask. Are you actually selling? Probably you aren't, right? Like no small beginning Ghananger is selling stuff. So probably not losing money, which is the main thing that you may note that comes up a lot in copyright law. Guess why? You might have something, maybe a tiny little sliver about using your stuff and like taking advantage, but it's pretty slim. And also, suppose they didn't rip it off verbatim, they reworked it, they reordered it and like into like races within this RPG, and they gave its like tweaked definitions and so forth. Then that's a very different situation. Again, it depends, maybe, but you know, culturally, most people aren't that much of an ass. You'll ask them to give you credit, and that's all most conlangers want.
Okay, hi. I would like to come back to what was discussed before, because if you can just make vocabulary, why isn't the Klingon lexicon larger than it is now? So why are there no
culture?
Yeah.
So yes, you can ish. It depends. You can make up new Klingon vocabulary. Nothing's stopping you. So long as like you're not infringing on Paramount's turf commercially, you know, you could do it. Why haven't people done it? Well, for one, you're Henrik and you're not Mark Okrand. And no one gives a damn what Henrik thinks Klingons speak.
I won't do it. Just
but practically, this is the answer, right? Like,
okay.
Okrand is the canonical source. What he says he has extorted out of his Klingon prisoner is what is true about Klingon, as far as everyone is concerned, more or less. And so suppose you do put up some new words, who's going to follow it? Who's going to care? That's why. And if it were in some widely distributed work, probably Mark would be in on it, and then it would be canon. So, also, who's going to sue over that?
I have a slight bit of experience with this, with the book.
I'm sorry.
No, it turned out well. But some of you may remember years ago, my conlang was known by a different name, and I called it Druni. And just by mistake, I happened to be in the language section of a bookstore, and I came across a misplaced children's book that was called The Adventures on Droon. And it was about a planet, and it was about a child, and it was about similar to my work. And I was like, oh my God, now what do I do?
Right.
So I contacted the author, and he put me in touch with their lawyers. And basically, this had nothing to do really with the language, but with the story. And like I pointed out, what they said was, so long as your project crashes and burns and is never known by anyone ever again, we don't have a problem. But should you become popular in any way,
we want to cut.
And that it would cause confusion with them, because this author has a whole series,
right,
which I was not aware of, but I became aware of it later, and it is very good for the children. But so I just decided to actually change the name of my conlang to avoid any possibility that I would be challenged in the future.
Confusion.
That was one thing. But my real question
Very
is...
pragmatic response.
Yes. My real question is, and many may remember, on one of the lists years ago, we had a young conlanger who was cutting and pasting people's work and saying, in this brand that I just made, and then they would give like somebody else's grammar. And I think this is maybe what it is, that don't want that. It's not like egotistical, like I must be known as the emperor of the Irani language, you know, but it's like,
You do work. We put in hard work. We've seen that this weekend. Some fascinating stuff that took years and years, and some fascinating stuff that only took a couple of years. But nevertheless, we work and work, and you don't want just somebody saying, I did this, and look at I am. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a couple different things embedded in that. For one, your response is much how it probably would go, right? That is a very pragmatic answer to a situation. You talk to them, you change the name of the language to make sure there'd be no confusion, and everyone's cool, right? That is pretty much how stuff goes. Second, there's, someone takes credit for your work. Depending on what the work is, depending on exactly how they publish it, the form of the thing matters, etc. You might have something there or you might not. It depends, maybe. Another thing is that is sort of a pretty narrow thing, but it exists. There's some case law about it. I think it's mentioned in the memo, is the story. Suppose I were to write a novel about wizards who wield swords that shoot beams, and they fight on desert planets over demonic ruler, and there's this brilliant young person who is a particularly good wizard. What does that sound like? So yeah, there are some cases, and again, it really depends for these, where it's basically copying the story so much that then there might be a claim. Similarly, I've seen some cases where the court is like, look, this is a trope. Everyone has done this sort of story arc. There's not really a thing there to protect. Too bad, they're allowed. It depends. Get used to that word.
Ijsgerman from the ISU. What if I make a Dothraki Dutch dictionary?
A Dothraki Dutch dictionary. So again, is it a novel arrangement? Probably. I don't think David's ever arranged it in Dutch. Is it creative? If you're arranging it by Dutch alphabetical order, that's probably not super creative. Your glosses, those are quite possibly creative. However, trademark, unjust enrichment, and also again, international law. If people think that this came from HBO or was authorized by David or so forth, then you might have a problem. If you made a Kamakawi Dutch dictionary, probably David can't do anything. No offense.
Tell me I would try.
He can write you a nasty letter and hope you please play nice. Kamakawi, yes. So again, money matters. Who's being harmed? Who's getting rich off of it? It depends.
More questions? Yep.
So just to be sure I'm understanding, even though it seems obvious, so when the psychoneticists finally write their instruction manual for their agents in Ithquil in order to go forth and pan-Slavicize the world, I'm not going to be able to do a thing about it. Is that right?
They're writing their manual in Ithquil, and let's say it's by your friend at that conference. Which is, if you're not aware of what I'm referring to, ask John later. It's a pretty awesome story. As long as they're not saying you had anything to do with it, or for that matter, they say very explicitly, This uses Ithquil, which is made by the amazing John Quijada, whom we revere, but he has absolutely nothing to do with this. We did not ask his permission. He has not authorized this work. He didn't write any of these sentences. These are our damn sentences. You probably have nothing, at least in the US, but there are no idea what Russian copyright is.
But morally helped world takeover.
But morally, you could probably send them a line and say, you know, guys. So.
More questions? We're through. So, thank you very much for the great talk.
And I'm going to exercise privilege. This has not been announced. I did not tell anyone, including Christophe and Alex and so forth, about this little section. However, Alex, Arndt, Christophe, David, Henrik, John, Sylvia, Tony, please come down. Alex, please up the house lights and the stage lights down the spot and come here. It's been a decade. Now, that 2007 that you see on, that's when the LCS was incorporated. How did it actually start? Well, basically it started because I was an undergrad and mini DV tapes are expensive. In 2005, I started a class using the program called DECAL, Democratic Education at Cal, Berkeley, which lets any student basically make their own class with their own syllabus for actual credit, not major credit, but actual credit, as long as some professor signs off on it. Thank you, Leanne Hinton. You! And David helped me make that. David was really, really helpful. And so I made this class. It had like 6 people in it or something like that, but it was cool, and it's online. You can look on YouTube. It's online. So then I was like, geez, I'm taping these classes. I'm paying for the mini DV tapes out of pocket. They're like, if I had a student group, it could pay for the mini DV tapes. And then I went to the Associated Students body of California and looked at how I could get money for this. And there's like, okay, you could get a special project, and then they might give you a little bit of money, but if you make a student group, you can get a lot more money. And then I thought, as far as I know, there has never been a conference about language creation. There are conferences on Lojban and Esperanto and Klingon and Volapük and so forth, but there had never been a LCC. And I decided to do that. In fact, I decided that in about the same time I made that course. I put it on to the list in December or January, was it? And John and Sylvia and David and you weren't on the conference, but you were on the board. Were awesome, and the response to that was amazing. In fact, I made a profit. And sadly, I was a senior. And so I graduated, and I can't run a student group anymore. Lucky me, Alex, where are you?
Here.
Oh, there you are. Alex had just come to UC Berkeley to do his math PhD, and emailed me offering to take it over and said, hey, you know, I'm a student, I could run it. And he did. So we, in order to get the money out of the LCS student group and be able to continue it, because, well, this conference went pretty well. How many people here were at LCC1 either in person or remotely? Okay. Yeah. So we thought it was pretty cool, and we wanted to keep doing it. In order to keep doing it, we had to make a nonprofit incorporated. In fact, incorporated, it was right after the LCC, which happened again in March. Alex ran on the ground and I helped, which is awesome, not having to run the whole damn thing yourself. And during that meeting, me, David, and John Clifford sat at a table together and we had the first formal LCS board meeting, making official the bylaws and so forth that Sylvia and Tony, I think, and John, you weren't on at the time, Arndt was, Henrik was, David was, and you were. We had literally like mailed this around the world in order to get physical signatures, because that's what the Secretary of State wants. And we had our official meeting and elected everyone, and I got elected president, and David got elected vice president, and secretary, yes. And Henrik got offered VP, which he accepted. Yes. I was secretary and treasurer. Those were dark days. Yes, you can be both. This is before Sylvia came on. And I should add, Sylvia has been kind of the backbone of the LCS for years. Sylvia has...
She's the one who really makes it run, that, you know, without...
Christoph, just distribute a couple of mics. Sylvia has run the website. She has done accounting. She has gotten in touch with people and harangued them to do what we needed to do. She has done so much. And there's a lot of behind the scenes. And it's not a glorious title, but it's what makes things work.
And could she step to this?
Yes, please do it.
Come in. Come in.
Okay.
So after LCC3, I randomly got an email from Dan Weiss, aka DB Weiss, aka the co-runner of Game of Thrones, who had heard about me from Erica Okrent, who had been at the LCC, and he was like, hey, so we need a language for the show we're making. We heard you know stuff about that. How about it? So you know how that went.
Lots of work in a short amount of time for the jury.
Yes. Oh, yeah. So a lot of people on here were on the jury, sort of reviewing that.
Just raise your hands if you were on the jury first for judging Dothraki job. Thank you, guys. And also everybody who participated, who put forth a proposal for Dothraki, raise your hands. See, there are some of us here.
There were actually a lot of proposals, and frankly, lots of them were really good. We had a hard time paring that down to even like the top quartile that we then discussed and selected 3 that we handed over to David, and they finally made the selection and they picked David. Not this David, David Benioff. And so I from when it was created back in 2007 until 2011. Frankly, I burned out. And for that whole period, David was my right-hand man and was awesome. I could not have asked for a better partner and a better ally in getting the LCS off the ground. And when it was time for me to take a step back, David took over, which was awesome because I didn't have to do it anymore. And David ran the LCS for years and did an awesome job at it. Give him a mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Sai.
And under his direction, we had the 4th language creation conference. Where was that one? That was in Europe, in Groningen, which we had been planning to do for years, to do one in Europe. And we did that. That was awesome. The first 2 were in Berkeley. The 3rd one was in Rhode Island, in Providence, with David Durand. Then we had one in Groningen, which Christophe, didn't you run that? Yeah. Then we had LCC6 in Austin, Texas, I believe. And we had great people running that too. Then David started getting overwhelmed because now he is the world's only, as far as we know, full-time professional conlanger. What a world, right? I remember discussing that back and forth so many times, like what you were planning to do, because you were teaching English at the time, weren't you?
Yeah. Actually, hold on. Because no, I know we should say this because this happened. I would love to. I know that it's the board list is NDA, but I think we should find this message and post it because I'm pretty sure it was in 2009. Before LCC3 or slightly afterwards, we had a discussion on the board list. What should we do if a movie studio comes to us and asks for... Yeah,
we did. We had this whole discussion about, like, they've been going to random people, asking them to make some gibberish, out shit. How do we improve this situation? How do we make it fair? How do we give, like, normal conlangers access to opportunities? We had this whole discussion way ahead.
But do you remember what the conclusion was? Because I do.
Honestly, I don't.
No. I will tell you. After we had this round of discussion, we discussed, what would happen if somebody should come to us. We decided the prospect was so unlikely that it would be a waste of time for even to draft a procedure. And that was it. Sorry. Anyway, but yeah, just keep going.
Why has this? It's okay. Yeah, that is true. And that is also, by the way, sorry about it, why the Dothraki application was kind of a pain. We have
by the way, though, that was just Sai all by himself doing the negotiation and designing the application process and running. It was an enormous amount of work, and of course, nobody had any really prior experience doing that. So whatever the headache that we had, participating in it, you can't imagine what was going on with Sai. So, Sai, thank you. Good work.
And after that, David realized how much of a pain that application had been and dramatically improved the process when he was president. You had a comment.
I would like to specifically mention the standardization of the scores that you did.
Standardize the reviewer scores.
People had different mental scales.
Yep.
It was a
Yep.
really good idea that you did that.
Some of the reviewers were, shall we say, harsher than others. And also, so I use Z-scoring, if we have any stats geeks in the audience, for all the reviews for Dothraki, so that every reviewer couldn't review everything. So they reviewed a sample, except for the top quartile, which everyone reviewed. And so everyone got a standardized score, which could then actually be averaged across reviewers. And also, I asked all of the reviewers, these applications were all anonymized. I even went into the PDFs and made sure like no one had left their name and the author or whatever. And they just had random words. Literally, you went to a page, gives you a random English word. That is what submission is called. So I asked the reviewers, who do you think this is? Among the people that are applying, we knew who was applying, and they tried to identify it. Practically no one got it right. And in particular, almost no one identified it as the author of the Dothraki submission. Just for the record, it was actually blinded. No, I didn't. So now we are in the era of Christoph, popularly elected at our last meeting, who has done an awesome job taking over the reins again. Woo! And now we are here. So what started off as me being cheap on mini DV tapes has turned into 6 conferences now. I'm sure there will be more that I will not have to do anything on. And in 3. Does Netherlands count? No. My apologies. 3 countries, at least. 3 countries. Probably more in the future, who knows? If you have proposals and you want to host it, let us know. No, not me. And I hope to continue that in the future. Another thing that I'm going to add as a personal note, I mentioned that Alex and I co-ran the second LCC, and that's actually when I met him. And shortly thereafter, we began dating, and we have been partners ever since, despite occasionally being far apart from each other, because I was in grad school and he was getting his postdoc, and we've had a complicated life. And Alex is the one who made me stop being so goddamn theoretical. And by the way, thank you, John, for your feedback way back when on that essay I wrote. And actually implement these ideas I had, like Unnels, which we have made together and is our main language. And just to say, I love you, and I love making Unnels with you. Thank you. So, LCS has had an awesome time. It's been years. I look forward to seeing how it goes in the future. Christoph, you're going to shape that for however long you're in. And thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry you had to leave. Thank all of you for your support. The community existed long before me, long before the LCS. We just came to try to support it, try to give new venues like this conference for people, and it's been awesome. And I'm very proud of how it's been. Glad I don't have to run it.
Cheers.
Any of you want to say something?
A little thing before because let's check the time. Yeah.
We are on time, by the way.
We are on time. Which I must say, I believe it's the first.
This is the only LCC 100% on time.
Yeah. So I can say that we're officially the only LCC that has ever been on time, but I can also say, from what I've understood yesterday, that we are the LCC who has had so far the most attendees present at the same time in the room. Woo! With 50 people.
Plus, I think about 25 or so peak online.
I think so.
Yeah.
So this is really great, and I hope that the next LCCs are only going to grow more than this. And thank you all for making this possible, because we do all that hard work, but we wouldn't be able to do anything if there was not the support of all the conlangers over the world who actually enjoy what we're doing and help us. Thank you very much. And now let's have a small half-hour break.
So I suddenly came back after a year of doing nothing, and suddenly there was this inspiration outside. And then the track came around, and I thought, but the hair is going down. And then suddenly I had this email from David saying, well, we want to in Europe. We want to do
was in the middle of high school. You know, Herman Wilson, the projects that come out of the gap. Yeah. But when it's totally Sally, what Sally said, like, I'm not alone anymore. Actually, it's
So I really like that being special. All the people that talk to questions, understood what they were saying.
I think it is awesome that around community that has grown. I would never forget. Yeah. I've read your website on that. You know, you need a long, at the first one you had like 92? Something like that?
I was really pleased with the way it came out, but apparently, like, HBO is very particular about what you share.
Right.
This didn't get that. Picture of or anything like that. He faced that on a toy.
It's funny how they are.
Oh, speaking of which, this would be really funny.
By the way, thank you for yours.
Yeah.
Read the message. Thank you very much.
I was just glad I got to you in time. But yeah, but thanks for reminding me, because, you know, it's like they sent me a whole box of these.
He gave them all away and we didn't have any.
That's true, actually.
Like, I don't have a copy, so I'm glad you have it.
Oh, Jane, thank you.
But
Come on, you gotta give your wife a copy of it.
I got them to send me more. But,
I don't think Susan has a copy of my book.
yeah, so it goes.
I had quite a few of them and I found them all. I want to get some.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea, but thank you.
Would you get it to me like foreign to English? So some saying I'm from sort of out in England. Yeah, that's fine. But most of them. But speaking more languages than that, so it's also sounds like piracy.
Piracy? I don't know if you can pirate it. But you can go to the website and you can stream it or you can download it. It's not. If there's a way to pirate it, I don't know how to pirate it. That's the.
If you can stream and download it, it's not piratable because stream for free and download for free, you mean, or?
It's not for free.
Okay.
It costs. Depends on what you want to do with it. If you want to download it or to stream it. Or
Alright, so.
but that website is in Canada, called Real House, but it works internationally, so you can get access to it from anywhere.
Okay.
Okay.
I shall see.
Okay. Good. It's good to meet you.
Yeah. All right. proprietary Apple weirdness.
Yep. We're on time.
Amazing, isn't it?
It's incredible, yes. Yep.
Oh, this is really loud.
So, are we ready? But everything's going on? Okay. So, we're starting with the final part of the 6th Language Creation Conference. Thank you again for all having been around. And we're going now to reveal our tradition, the Language Creation Conference Relay, Conlang Relay. Now, I think most of you know what Conlang Relay is, but for the people who might not be completely aware, I will just shortly explain. It's basically a game of telephone, or you might have heard of Chinese whispers, where people send a text in their own Conlang without translation, enough grammar and lexicon that you should be able to analyze it and make sense of it. And then the people who receive it translate that text into their own Conlang and send it to the next person. And at the end, the original sender receive usually very that they translate back into their original Conlang. It's a great game that has been going on for years and years and years. And we are now, and we've been in the habit of LCC to do it. For this LCC, I need to mention that there was a bit of a problem in that we had too much enthusiasm about it and too many people wanting to participate. And we know from the previous LCCs that this part, we don't want to do that this time. And it can result in a rather unfortunate way. So we decided to cut the relay into 2 rings. The first ring of people who we asked would make sure they would be here so that they could present their text and speak it in front of the audience and just comment on it a little bit. And the second relay was for the people who were not sure they could make it, or were sure they wouldn't be able to make it. And today, right now, we're going to focus on the first ring. If we have time, we will try to go through the second ring, but it's only if we have time. And I want to add something about it. The people in the second ring have done an excellent job. It's not anything about the quality of the ring. It's just a matter of time that made that we had to cut in rigs, and that we will only handle in depth the first ring. It's nothing to do with quality or anything. So what I'll basically do is that I'll let John start with talking about his original text, and then I will call people to come and say the text out loud, read the translation, and just mention something, what they found easy, difficult, impressive, what they found about this ring and about their part. So I'll let you start. And why is it not working?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Hi, everyone. So for the starter text, we actually read through it. Those of you who know me and those in the world who have heard of me because of my 15 minutes of fame know me as a conlanger, which I am, but it is only one of many, many, many hobbies and interests I have. One other of which is that I am a composer of progressive rock music. And recently, a year and a half ago, after many, many long years of letting that hobby and pastime life fallow, I decided to get back into music composition again and began planning an album of progressive rock music that I hear in my head and need to make real. And I've also, as those of you who may have read on my website in the past, I've always wanted to explore the possibility of poetry and I've just never gotten the energy or discipline to get around to it. So I realized I could accomplish two things at once, potentially, by making the lyrics to my forthcoming music in the Ithquil language. So I've spent a month period in early 2014 composing the lyrics to these progressive rock songs. And it went much smoother, more smoothly than I thought it was going to. Anyway, I chose as the starter text an excerpt from one of my forthcoming songs. This particular song that is going to actually be released as a YouTube video in about 1 to 2 months, if you're interested in hearing what Ithquil sounds like being sung, or if you have an interest in progressive rock music. And there are 2 people in the room who've actually heard the music, the song, who can vouch as to whether they think I can compose progressive rock music. Dave and a gentleman there, Casey Wells, who is a professional musician, by the way, so his opinion counts to me. You want to tell him what you think of my music? Fantastic. Okay, so anyway, I chose as my text, if I can let it show up, an excerpt from the song that's going to be released soon. I guess I'll read the Ithquil first and then the English translation. It's just one thing I want to say about this text, and I'll say that to the end. Anyway, Akale zatki asalgou tas hijvaisente abshateldu ufzaetuat onda salvong ochnoes gecht hup aiseza ochaeloat. Pardon me if I get a little bit musical. I'm used to singing these words, not just speaking them. Iorth ork airichaluitu ebshasorta ait maloptung embatumche alg arch ekoltate. Ait shalut tu draptrok ates chi aduangs uchotu afanes letewa idraste za osuams. Okay. The title translates A Descent into Madness. It's rather dark, the imagery of this text. I'm wasting my life reenacting weird scenes from my dreams. I'm hoping to make sense of my mind's fruitless schemes. I try over and over to figure out where I belong. The maps have been faked and the road signs are blurred. So I'll make my own rules for living in chaos and let nightmares be my guides in the dark. So, now what's fascinating about this relay is that this very dark imagery, you're going to see it transform into something I'm not going to describe what it's going to transform, but I'll just let you see it get unveiled. By the end, we're all going to be going, wow.
So, I'd like to ask for the. I said it. Yeah. Fine. Yes. Please come in. Please go ahead.
All right. So I had the privilege of translating from Israel. Fortunately, I also had the interlinear to work from, so that allowed me to finish it within roughly 2 days. So I read the text in Vanya first. One moment, please. Okay, it looks like this is being displayed correctly. I had a problem with this alphabet before, but okay. So the title is Fundabash Vidish Khashgewa. Benoi Mau Iluyandi Staji. Iluyao Tanya Amiesh Yalebra ya oi. Umyi Vautsoa ya intentiona onda ushmoi kure abing re. Miruyoi la kure lan iluimoi mamai. Dran ziloyach kera kerevon soyach mai. Ege fewa kioish pan mapas sich maudamish. Rich zuyoyach kala the wutsa konish benonda kure taluyai maukalish komyam mai. Komyam lantoyach kure lebwa mavin oi kere modifaish mai. So I translated the title as Descending into Insanity. The text is, I live without accomplishing much. I follow the weird decisions of my dreams. Regarding the purposes of intention, I hope to conclude from logical analysis that upon further consideration, I fail to imagine that which I seek to accomplish. And you will notice that I had no idea what this sentence was supposed to mean, so I translated it literally. I tried to reason about the place I expected to be, but all the maps and guideposts were fake. So I created a set of personal rules for surviving random events like that, and so allowed the nightmares to show me a place of absolute darkness.
Anything special about this text that you want to mention?
Yes, actually, I borrowed one word from Ithquil in the first paragraph. The hard part about this was actually getting a form of the word that looked approximately right and would work in Vanya. And let me check if the translation is on here. Onda is the verb it means to conclude.
Wow, someone borrowed from Ithquil.
Thank you. Next one. Sorry, while I'm.
Dothraki, David.
Oh, okay. I'll put the text on if it comes up. It's slow. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm utterly baffled. I did not know that I did not know that that's what the text I received meant. Anyway, I will read the Dothraki, but the first thing that I will comment on, as you'll probably noticed, or as you may have noticed, is that apparently I just destroyed the title. I don't remember there being a title, but certainly if you translated it, I'm sure it was there. Maybe I just completely ignored it. But anyway, if we get to the end and there's no title, this is why. It was me, and I have no explanation for it. Okay, so.
Don't worry, the title came back, or a title came back.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay. Okay, I'm taking this off because I actually can't read the text from over there. I have to read it from here. Here we go. Okay. Anha vothiroki sani asohi. Kash anha thirak atiraride. Kash anha las tak movech kimmo. Oh boy. Qimmemo. That's it. Who puts two Geminids in one word? Anha shiloch mehash anha las movesokmae. Hash anha las takmae. Anha kisgach rekke anha zigre alat. Wasma eidrich solotisi anni idosh. Majin anha mov liwasares asohi anha an adotrasok athiofizar attirari. Kijinosi anha ajak attiraridan attihat anna as oskoi. There we go. All right. Oh, well, yeah, I could do that, but won't it do that up there? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah, no, that is a good idea. Good idea. Okay. All right, so the English translation was this. I don't live by many rules. While I dream, I can do strange magic. I believe that if I can imagine it, I can do it. I tried to figure out where I needed to go, but all the directions on my map were fake. So I created a collection of rules for myself to navigate the insanity of life. In this way, I let the dream show me the blood path. All right, so let me explain a few things. First of all, I could not get any meaning at all out of the second sentence, specifically the one that Fenhill said he translated word for word. I couldn't get any meaning at all. So I just kind of located some of the lexemes and made my own sentence. This is where we got strange magic. You know, I was probably inspired by ELO. So for the last part, I don't know why I found it so surprising that you translated it as nightmare, because I just didn't get that at all. And you'd think since dreams already came up, I would have recognized a word for nightmare, but I didn't. Certainly there is a word for nightmare in Dothraki, but I didn't get that, so I came up with this word osqlei, which translates to blood path, which, you know, kind of has its own meaning. There are a whole bunch of blood words in Dothraki, so I thought that fit. Anyway, then I went through and I wrote detailed, notes about how to translate things and, you know, what the words meant and things like that. And then I went to see who was next in the relay, and it was Christian Thalmann, who is actually very, very good in Dothraki. And I kind of laughed, saying, "Oh, well, I didn't need to do any of that. Probably could have just sent in the text as is." But anyway, so yeah, shall we go to the next participant? Yeah. I don't know how I didn't get it, honestly. So it goes. But here, I'll help you out here, Christoph.
Thank you.
All right.
Somebody could put previous and next links on the text.
Yeah, that's usually what's done. But all right, here we go.
A little late.
Thank you. All right, so my part is in Jovian, which you've already gotten to know a bit. Now the problem is it has mutations and it doesn't write them at all, so I have to kind of remember them where they happen, which is kind of tricky, but let me try anyway.
There's a pronunciation below if you want.
Oh yeah. Yeah, please don't check that. So, na nueva muoni reels. Gan zaima, passa un zaite mirne zachts. Gresa, usi passa in fingeri, passa e pischeri. Hoganadi mir, u deva var, u deva var. Se conti angers mutal ter ficht. Hogam ficht en collectzoon Andreels michipf an de haar en zijn uhude. So trevam mi zaim me mandrar mi distine. So, first of all, I found the Dothraki to be very clear to translate. I've translated in previous relays from weird languages, and I gotta say, Dothraki was surprisingly gentle on me. Its reputation. There was this one word, oskoi, which was supposed to be blood path. I just translated that to destiny as a seems like the thing that the Dothraki would say, the path that I was born to go or something. And the rest of the translation is pretty much exactly what David had before. So I got, first of all, I didn't have a title either. So I'm glad I wasn't responsible for resurrecting the zombie title. That seems to happen a lot in relays. I think I have killed a title before in a previous relay. All right, I don't live by many rules. When I dream, I can do strange, amazing feats. I believe that if I can imagine it, then I can do it. I tried to figure out where I needed to go, but all landmarks of my map were fake. So that was the one thing I had to make up for this Jovian translation. Landmark, I didn't have a word for that. So I used anchor, actually, which is used idiomatically for landmarks. And for map, I had to write the Earth table or something like that. But that's also now officially the word for map. Consequently, I created a collection of rules for myself in order to navigate the insanity of life. This way, I allow dreams to show me my destiny. All right, who's next?
Next is Tony.
I was really surprised to see how dark the original text was, because this was like purely...
It's headed it's headed in a new direction.
It's really positive.
Yeah. It's coming up. Yep.
Okay. I had the easiest passage because Jovian, of course, is basically Latin-based, and so Christian just sent me. He sent me the text. He actually asked if I wanted to even have a glossary, which yes, please. But he did do something that was a little interesting. Instead of sending me an actual Jovian to English glossary, he just told me what Latin words were the original for the Jovian word. And then I sat there translating this with his Jovian text, his Jovian glossary, a Latin dictionary, and came up with it from that. So the Alursa reads, Ngeshevalim nas ora tarsachna, holav kazal, mov kelian blesquen da yaransan kelianon, keral el movdon en aqua, jlamov kelian. Valas vali helam yavan desh alzna, hed Zelaina levsa tosna miadren jetavala. Nali ershasvali thiatarsaranian polef lentan chim chabathasachna jeshevena. Levali eref jekenan nashanthan thalsyashunen. And that actually hasn't changed all that much since David's version. I am very pleased also was not the one who lost the title. I saw the title on the first one and thought, oh my gosh, did I miss that? So I came out with almost the same thing. I do not live by many rules. When I sleep, I can do strange and wonderful things. I believe if I can imagine it, I can accomplish it. I have tried to find where I must go, but all the landmarks of the plane were false, and I now am not exactly sure where the plane came into this. Somewhere along the way, there was a word, the earth table, that would be it. So the earth table suddenly turned into the planes instead of a map. So I have made my own small set of rules. In order to find my way through the insanity of life, I therefore allow sleep to show me my path.
Next is Sylvia.
Doesn't do anything.
Or not.
Just.
Oh well.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. This is in my new language, Sodemadu. Like Kalin, it is got very limited verb-like objects, which actually in Sodemadu I go ahead and just call them verbs. There's only 12 of them. There are only 5 in this text. So we'll see if you can pick them out. But anyway, no title. But here we go. Le dantingi omadu tep ango nyeteti, nale yangi siechle, nale muhidi, ni metodo, ni telele emamegia. Le yombi deslava, kiesh, le sono ono kade deva, gia, tut le diden emamegia. Nale kiagea, omete, tut le etingi de soto leva gea, nanadi bedi pakine o tele, keksi o mesebadi, le nyetetea omete mongeha, tut le yangi tashla sono pamadu gia, nensi siechlea desotea tinge leaki. So there you go. I believe in making languages where I can actually pronounce all the consonants. And I think this one is a little better at that than Kalin, but I don't think I have quite accomplished it yet. So, translation. I think I translated as one thing here, but I was writing down a slightly more literal translation on my piece of paper last night. So, I go along in the world without many rules. When I sleep, I can do strange and wonderful things. I believe that if I can picture it in my mind, I can do it. I tried to go to my destination, but all the names of the land were false on the plane. I think I translated it here as signs, but it's the same word. So I myself so that I can go of the world, and therefore may sleep send a destination to me. Thank you. When I was doing this, I kind of imagined, some hunter-gatherers out there. They were on their migratory path, and they had something had happened to the landscape from the previous time they had been through there, and now they were trying to figure it out again. So that was kind of the vision I had in my mind while I was doing all this.
Alexis?
So first, the old Grecian text. One likely kapudwai, titien tanitpo, unak telese twokpo quick dwai, oslo no yostwai dubo, dwai dwai unak kupku, gegem kalbo. Seta pekoi netra, escornale kinte dwai ki dia yes yari. Doi kapuna yek isang na luguba nap na tiar li tod dwai, lotan dwai ki sos tape koi netju. So I translated from Soremadu. It was a pretty straightforward, because it was a very logical language, and the path metaphor and all, but it was so logical. I had difficulty making sense of it. So my translation is: I live untidily. When I sleep, I can do very strange things. Were I to imagine something, wouldn't it be shaped according to my desires? But when I tried, I didn't reach the destination. The things of land in that plain were misleading, I guess. Now my life is tidied up anew, so that as I can follow a clear path in the confusion of the world, may I reach my goal while sleeping. The third paragraph didn't make any sense to me. What plane? What destination? I added an I guess, because in my translation I made a little evidential in it. So I suppose that, and I couldn't think of a way to express it in English as nice as that. So I pretty messy, but well.
Okay, we are missing the next person, but I don't know if he's on IRC.
Yes, he is. He says if you got the sound files he sent you.
They must have arrived. They must have just arrived. Let's see. Yep. Okay, I'll.
You have it on there?
Yeah, only on there. Yeah.
Sorry.
So I have an intro that I will start with. If it's running. Not doing anything. Okay, no, I know what the problem is. It's a Windows Media audio file.
I can do it. Forward it to me.
Ooh, sorry about that. We're early, so it's gonna be so it's okay. Should be forwarded.
Sorry, you don't get to read my email. Got it.
tworzył najbolje Hello to everybody. My name is Jan van Steenbergen from the Netherlands. I am going to read the relay text for you in Interslavic or Medzhusloviansky, which is not really a language I created myself. It's more like a collaborative project, although I have, well, played quite a fundamental role in its creation, I'd say. My pronunciation is not perhaps the most ideal one. As a matter of fact, there is no real standard pronunciation at all. If a Pole would speak it, it sounds different from when a Russian speaks it or when a Serb speaks it. But anyway, I'm doing my best, so here goes. Я jestem zamieszany. Когда я сплю, я творю наиболее чудесные вещи, как могу себе воображать. А когда я начинаю снить, мне издавается, że mogę исполнить все swoje żelania. Сейчас, na żalość, jestem bludził i nie dosięgnął końca swojej drogi, bo ja bieg na równinie, gdzie wszako oznaczenie miasto jest nieprawilne. No, ale w tej chwili jest dzień. Zatem bdżu i chodzę po istynnym świecie. Kako ja chciałbym usnąć na nowo i mając nadzieję, że uspieję zakończyć swoją drogę. Hello to everybody. My name is Jan van Steenbergen from the Netherlands.
I'll read the English translation. Yeah. Okay. The English translation was, I am confused. When I sleep, I create the most miraculous things that I can imagine. And when I start dreaming, it seems to me that I can fulfill all my wishes. Unfortunately, now I have erred and not made it to the end of my path, as I found myself on a plane where every place marker was wrong. Well, but right now it's daytime, so I am awake and walk through the real world. How much I'd like to fall asleep again, hoping I'll manage to complete my path. Does Jan have any comment about his entry in the relay?
Jan's been commenting all weekend on IRC, but now
Well, he says how much he'd like to fall asleep again.
Okay, so Jan says, oh dear, I was having a problem with the plane and the place markers.
So.
But I don't know if he's going to say anything else. Didn't quite make sense to me, but I hope I managed to turn it into something remotely possible.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, next one is Jan.
I hate those things. Yep.
From Jan to Jan.
Well, I used my language Re-Rekubia, which I never used to translate any text before. Normally, I would have wanted to use one of the other languages, for example, Rongtu, but I can't pronounce that language at all. It has too many different details in the end of syllables, so I decided to use this one instead, and I tried to read it. Vingukra. Hashang het lejengra, sto vivo ich ni rivor kimidwa. O sto miklingi ndi ungra. Het lekirandi sto eyang isto kadudi ishutrike kuna nabal rado. Kege hivir tigrekra, sku ispanora. Etuk tegura wat niredu, ralsper, o shukrek pek duchlebu raresap shudo. Ti hohar sichne iva lema, ralhium stohishu, oshu simimra sku gugundo. Opueraka, shirutlin lingra, otera shiira nu duchlebu raresap. Before I read the English translation, I want to say something about how I was working on this. This language has, well, two different interesting points to it. The first one is it's descended from a language that is completely isolating and has lots of serial verb constructions. And so I tried to express lots of stuff in this text as verbs. So some sentences are formed differently now, but mostly I think they mean the same thing as before. And the second thing is that this language also has a switch reference system. We have some of the sentences don't use a pronoun, but they just state whether the subject is the same as the previous sentence or not. And if it's not the same, then there's also some other marking going on there, which is a little bit confusing because it interacts with other parts of the grammar, but it was fun translating this, and well, that's what I got. I'm also, like Sylvia, reading a little bit more literal translation than the one I sent in for the homepage. It's like, I'm disoriented. So I put in the new title because the first sentence of the original of the text I received didn't fit to the rest. So I used it as a title. At night I sleep. I keep creating many remarkable things, and on my own I invent them for myself. I dream about them, I am confident, and I am sure I can attain every goal that I aim for. But now I see myself walking across an endless plain, all the landmarks deceive me, I am losing my way, and so unfortunately I can't reach the end of the road. But then the morning sun begins to shine, I wake up, I rise, and I have to pay attention to the real world. I would really, really like to fall asleep again immediately, that then I would finally be able to reach the end of the road.
Incredibly, we are back at John.
So needless to say, by the time I got this text back, I started translating it from Re Kibya. What was emerging as I translated was it was shocking me how such dark original imagery had turned into this beautiful message of hope. And just before I read this, I just want to say one little somewhat funny or interesting story. I happened to receive the Rere Kibya text while I was attending a sci-fi fantasy convention down in San Diego, California, and Sylvia was at the same convention with me, and basically I said, well, I told everyone I was going to wait till I got back from this convention after the weekend to begin translating this, but it was in the evening. I didn't feel like going out and doing anything, so I said, I can spend the evening starting the translation and hanging around. And I invited Sylvia to help me, take a look at it and help me start the translation. So she and I got together and sort of at least the first two paragraphs, or first two sections, she helped me translate this. And what was funny, I remember, was dealing with Rere Kibya's switch reference. Because it was an unexpected morphological quirk. I remember we have, like, maybe the first 2 times we encountered it, and we had his Jan's notes reference system, so we knew that it was coming. But when it came time to translate, you still have to figure out with a switch reference system. Okay, so which pronoun, which entity is it referring to? And I'm saying, I think it's the, and so he's like, no, it's the, so we're having a little back and forth kind of semi-argument over what exactly is that switch reference pronoun referring to? We're both saying, why didn't you just say I? So that was fun. Anyway, it came back to me, I did the translation, and what I got, and because Jan had reinserted that first line alone like that, I took it as a title, so I knew nothing about the title having disappeared. I had assumed the title had been all the way through every translation. So it comes back as Akbalte, Zuchni Eloa Yatzakotsos. I try that again with the ejective. Yatzakotsos to Echalechur Zangtu. Uthas oichtiwa avasang epatukhorchur te echalispong te igualas maulich artzal te otpombuidus ekalurtlang heskatrutse ekam titsong Hetchnalub to Ilchalang Utjochnalafoniu te Ujasub Chnapkate on Heskatristosh. One other thing that is notable about this particular text and translation back into Ithquil is I began translating back into Ithquil, that it just, most of you who are aware somewhat of how Ithquil morphology works, it is possible, often, not always, for Ithquil to achieve some extremely compact forms for long paraphrastic translations. I was amazed that it just so happened that the Rere Kibya translation really lent itself to this phenomenon in Ithquil, as you'll see with lines like...
Morning sun begins to shine is one word.
Yeah. Like here. Oh, and especially this one. Oops. Here. However, I see now I'm walking on a vast... No, wait, I'm sorry. That one is... This isn't lined up the same way.
Unfortunately, cannot make it to the end of the road.
Thus, I unfortunately cannot make it to the end of the road. All one word, and so I was. Sometimes my own language amazes even me as to what it can do. So, okay. So the translation. I'm confused. At night while sleeping, I create a great many remarkable things, and I alone imagine them for my... You know what? I'm going to stop at this point, just so that to get the full impact of this. I'm very quickly going to reread the original English, so you can compare. A descent into madness. I'm wasting my life reenacting weird scenes from my dreams. I'm hoping to make sense of my mind's fruitless schemes. I try over and over to figure out where I belong, but the maps have been faked and the road signs are blurred. So I'll make my own rules for living in chaos and let nightmares be my guides in the dark. Grim stuff. And now, look how this has been transformed into this song of hope. At night while sleeping, I create a great many remarkable things, and I alone imagine them for myself. I dream about them and I enjoy them. Indeed, I really could achieve every goal I seek. However, I see now I'm walking on a vast plain. All the landmarks deceive me and I lose my way. Thus, I unfortunately cannot make it to the end of the road. But then the morning sun begins to shine. I wake up, I stand, and I must be aware of the world. Oh, how I definitely love the onset of sleep, and I believe I can reach the end of the road after all.
Yeah, I actually used the new translation as additional lyrics.
Well, that was a very interesting transformation. The important part is that it stayed coherent the whole way.
Yeah. Should Eugene also present his translation?
That's true.
Basically, we're ahead of time, so we're gonna go. We're gonna go through the second ring as much as we can. Mostly don't have the people who are have participated in the second ring, but we do have Eugene. Just go through the text, and if somebody is around who's participated in the second ring, we would call them. And so I won't go back to the original text because we just heard it again, but I will go directly to the second person in the relay 2, which is Eugene. So if you want to join.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I was I was very surprised to hear that John actually intended this as a song, because I hadn't realized it from the Ithkuil text. It was entirely fortuitous that I made it a poem. At the same, as you can see, it's written in what is the Arithide version of a sonnet, with rhyming couplets ending in an ABA triplet at the end. So let's read this. Ari absolessa, sunomne casiemere, hene figeta mena denai libittai rivene. Parpinden velesanen, taxerai ita oju faiom, erai siderta fienai. Dagerena falaya talia foe herrai, sina semio favrine dumum keneio optonai. Iso zukedia inai oldur dictoi, dimai curai, tam hexe olimi dege iris nasoi vobuloi. So, like Fennel said, I also had the good fortune to translate directly. And I had 4 days to do this translation because the person in between John and myself dropped out. So, I was originally supposed to have a much easier text to translate from, but I ended up having to take the full 4 days to fully translate this. So this is the English. I have wasted, Descent into Insanity, I kept the title. Descent into Insanity. I have wasted my life always trying to fulfill my quirky predilections, like in a long sleepwalk. About my goals which I fail to achieve, I surmise, logically I hope, that it's all a trick of the mind. I attempt to discover my place, where I fit in, but the maps are false and the road signs wrong. So let me create, that I may live for eternity, my own rules, and let nightmares guide me into the deepest darkness.
Okay, I'm going to try to go through all of them, but for the one where nobody's present, I'm not going to try to read the text that have probably no idea how they're pronounced. So the next one was I think we can handle that. Although I don't know that much about Tokipona. But John Clifford then translated his text into Tokipona. Oh, it still has a title as far as I can see. I'll try reading it if I see it correctly. Okay. Tawa anpanasa. Lon o sinata wawa weka. Tempo alila mi lon tempo suno ali. Samani mitawa lon sitelen lapisuli. Wili mili lawaimi. Mikamai yo ala etawami. Mi pilineni alililon lawami. Mi alasa kamalukin elon nasin mi. Taso sitelen nasin likamaike. Sitelen sona li kekin. Tan ni la mikamaeni. Mi kepeken la wapisama taso. Monsuta la pali la wa emi tawa insapi pim ya ali. No idea if I pronounce it correctly, but I'll go through the English translation. Going down to craziness. Existence, you run away. Always, I live every day as if I move in a big dream. My desires lead me. I don't get my goals. I think that is all in my head. I try to find my regular place, but the roadmap is bad and the signs are bad too. So I bring it about that I use my own rules. A nightmare leads me into total darkness. Okay, that's quite a change already. Now I am very curious what the next person is making of Tokipona. Yeah. Oh, LG Garcia with Okuro. Please, if you're around, just tell me and I'll let you take that place. This looks like... So, I'll let you look at the original text and I'll just read the English translation. Towards lower craziness, okay? Awaken, you travel rapidly away. Oh, for all time I exist in the day. In sleep, I travel by great images where my desires guide me. I come not obtaining my goals, but believing in this. Everything is in my head. I try to come to see my path, but the images cause the path to darken and direct me to darkness. For that brings me to this conclusion. My guide is only a fearful thing that rests inside my head, belonging to all darkness. What happened? Yeah. We were discussing before this that the second relay really became its own weird thing. But it's even worse than I imagined. Lee Walter with Varindio. Is the sound connected? Okay, I'll try it.
Gover giro nieraduco. Vashmachak, vanyavave hadbaj. Vasjeria bashiko tadu ricebe negelce. Jere vasci nureko. Vasnyave rodebe, ojuje bakinma. E binya vasci bakajin, vashtat jochove. Vashkajive. Nade vashpakave nachunate. Tate vasha nashve. Chadishvashchi, etzadizi akabe nege. Vashvashchi John, romaja itzon, tati bakin nechar daner narve. Ine vashta rodebi, apeni mema derave. Veda, vornietsko, techema ibi jiri vashti, shabashve. Atu anjite naze, riceve jere, vashti chimako. Rosubi, Rodzave, Nege.
Thank you very much for the text. Thank you very much for the text, for the sound file. I'll read the English translation. Descent into madness. I must wake. You go away quickly. I have always lived in the day. In my sleep, I go towards grand visions, where my desires lead me. I follow, not getting what I desire, but I know that is all my imagination. I try to see my path, but the visions make the way dark and turn me towards melancholy. Now, at the end, only one thing scares me, that the guide who lives in my mind belongs entirely to evil. Yeah. Yeah, incredible things happen in relays. And it's not always becoming an or a word creation. Let's see if it works. Yep. So thank you, Lee, for your sound file. That really helped. So now we have William Barton with Sam Kanya. Let's see. Do we have a sound file? No. And I'm not going to try to pronounce this.
Looks like the first version of it.
It does have an Ithkuil look to it. So I'll go through the English translation. Descending into madness. This one is keeping its title. Good. I awaken. You go quickly. I have always lived for today. In my dreams, I pursue grand visions, go wherever my dreams lead me. I follow them and don't get what I desire, but I know my ability to imagine was everything. I try to see my path, but melancholy turns towards me. Now, in the end, only one thing scares me, that the guide living in my mind is entirely evil. I must say this is quite close to the previous one. But where, yeah. I'm curious where that you came from. That was from the previous one. Suddenly a person was introduced. Yeah, we have time. I try to go through all. So, Angel Serrano. Okay, and that's where the you came from in the end. Okay, that's a weird one. Oh, great. We have Angelia is a Romance conlang that I know about, but luckily we have a sound.
Text in Angelia. Io va tornant mal razonator. Jemi despertat con un supersaut. T'has ticircat allò rapidament. Jo el lleue dormant tot el dia. Meus deseixes potrien mi guidre ne meus sognes, e jo seré perdat ne man ne sognasó. Probabilament, illes non han notat meus sentiments ocous de fes a illes, e jo coi no sabe totes as imaxes ne meus sognes. Tas imaxes oscureçaven de segat a l'austrata e no deixaven mi vidre au camí, de mod que a tristisa venava prendant control superior. Ara mesme, o l'unic puor interior que faça mi moure-mi potria essere u demò.
Yeah. Okay. I think the text has been copied weirdly because those are probably accents on the letters. Anyway, English translation. I'm going crazy. We all are when we see these translations. I have just woken up with a start. You have come closer to me quickly. I have been sleeping during the whole day. My wishes might lead me in my dreams, and I will be lost in reverie. Probably they, feminine, have not taken notice of my hidden feelings towards them, but I knew all the images in my dreams. These images were darkening the road and will not let me see my path, so sadness was taking control of me. Right now, the only inner fear that makes me move might be a demon. This is a great relay. It's okay. Daniel Quigley or something like that. Daniel. This is short compared to the rest. I don't know how to pronounce the X, so I will not try. But let you have a look at it. And yeah, I can actually put both on the same page. This is really short. Becoming insane. Oh, it lost the title. The title became the first line. I am becoming insane. I awaked without a fright. You approach me quickly, yet I sleep continuously during the entire day. Your wishes are to be able to guide in your dreams. They probably do not realize their hidden feelings, though I know all of the images in my dreams. Those images were darkened roads, and I couldn't see the way. Sadness took over me. Now, that inner fear that I made to touch, it may be a demon. Wow. I have no idea what it means, but it looks nice. Great. So, Jeff Jones. Oh, Jeff is the guy who calls all his Conlang sketches by the first day that he starts them, or something like that. I will not try to pronounce this. So I'll get this directly to the English translation. I keep getting sick. I'm waking without fear. Rapidly, you're approaching me while I sleep all day. Your wishes guide you while you dream. Your hidden emotions must not know anything. I recognize all the images within the dream. That image was a dark road. I may have not seen the road. I am being controlled by sadness. That fear inside me caused by my touching the demon may exist. You just see in this the struggle the translator has to make sense of the text they had before them. This is great work.
And don't worry, everyone, a title comes back.
And if you're watching from the secondary, really thanks a lot. This is really great. That's really great work. Jim Henry with Gazenbum. Gazenbum. No.
Can you read it? No, I'm afraid not. It's been too long since I had a look at it. But you have had a look at it.
So as you can see, plenty of there are even single consonants with accents on them. I'm not going to try that. But we all know how Gazimbum looks like, so I'll go through the English translation. I'm sick. I don't sleep. I'm not afraid. All through the daytime I sleep. While I sleep, you approach me. Desire guides your dreams. The hidden things which make your soul feel things must not know. I know the things seen in my dreams. People have been seeing a former demon on the dimly lit road. Maybe I didn't see it. Sorrow rules me. My fear may cause the demon. See, this is what a really must be like. Each text completely different from the previous one. So Glenn Abastilas with Tapney, which is unfortunate because Glenn was originally planning to be here, but he couldn't join. Okay, this is probably IPA, but I'm not gonna try it as far as I can see it. Yeah, this is IPA, but no. So, okay, let's do it. No pain, no sleep, no fear. I sleep all day. When I sleep, I almost see you. I'm dreaming about you. I don't want for this to happen. Don't try to secretly remember feeling the power that belongs to you. That stops me from feeling. When I think about dreaming, this is what I remember. At least over there with the demons whom I do not like. This is what is seen nowadays. If I did not see this, maybe I would have more power, but I am sad. I fear that maybe demons are reaching out to me because of these things that have happened. Yeah. You can feel the pain of the authors. So painful they actually translated it in the text. Sidney Neiman. This looks okay, but they're J's and you never know how to pronounce them, so I won't try. Color script. I don't see any colors, but looks good. English translation. Oh, we're not that bad. No pain, no sleep, no fear. I slept all day. When I sleep, I almost see you. I dream about you. I don't want this to be done to me. I try to not remember secretly feeling that this power that belongs to all of you does not feel me. Did I read that right? Yeah. When I have this dream, I remember that. At least there are the demons which I do not enjoy. Those were sins today. What? Yeah, indeed. If this is not seen, maybe I have more power in the dreams where I'm sad. I fear these demons that touch me, maybe because they happen to match this thing. Thank you very much for completely destroying that text. This is really great. And I think we're back to John. I'm curious what you made of it.
Well, it took me a few minutes to pick my jaw back up. When I received the color script text, because his entire first line was the no pain or sleep or fear all by itself on a single line, and because that bore no relationship to the original, but the second line did because it mentioned sleep, since I didn't know where pain and sleep or fear came from, I used his first line as a title and reestablished the title, having thought that maybe he was probably the only person who'd forgotten. So I've reintroduced it. With chalice, uchnalang, uisvalang, etchnatis duosus, chalur akhiwa chni esisti, utzawilarol o ekhiwa. Apkamzalua thorthea tu apkaitluka ki echalukko mzalurth ti uftsi alurth ti altasosht avalarti chata lilukt alatuktip zi alukt choitara ti upshaluktet uchawatskub Utsaitu afeto, svasti atschapwa te ultodut tsuiwalupcha. No pain or sleep or fear. I slept all day. When I sleep, I almost see you. I wish I didn't dream about you. I try to forget the feeling that you secretly feel your power. When I dream this way, I remember that. At least there are demons I don't enjoy. This one saw those others today. Since I didn't see this, maybe I've more power in my nightmares. I fear demons touching me, maybe because they're the same.
Oh. Hell. So actually we had time to go through both rings. This is incredible. This is really incredible. Actually, yeah. Oh yeah, we opened a lot of them. Sorry. Yeah, okay. At this point, unless anybody has anything to say, I only have a few things to say left. First, I would like to thank all those who worked really hard making these great presentations that we have seen today and yesterday. I think they deserve all a big applause. I'd like to thank people who participated in the relay, in the both rings of the relay, because this is hard work. I know how hard it is to participate in a relay, which is why I didn't participate in this one. And you made something that was amazing. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank, but they are not here, the people of the Capitol Arts Center for making this possible, for having this great venue. This was great. And I'd like to thank our local host, again, Pete Bleakley, for making this all possible. And I would like to give special thanks to Alex and Sai for handling all the technology and making sure that it was working even when we had problems. One more thanks is for Britain and Alan for being around, for taking so much time to record everything, to make and to do. I know you must have slept a lot last night. And I'm really looking forward to your documentary. This is really going to be great. Thank you very much for participating. Of course.
This is just the beginning of this project. It will probably be at least the rest of this year and not into next year before it's completed. Lots of exciting things will be happening in Conlanging over that time. I have a stack of cards with my email address for the project on them. So I strongly encourage anyone who's willing to be a kind of scout for us, for interesting ideas or new things, new people or projects that you bump into. We may not be able to get them into the film, but if we don't know about them, we definitely won't be able to get them into the film. So if you're willing to come, I'll give you 6 or 7 cards. You can have them with you. And if you bump into interesting conlangers or ideas, please hand those out. And if those people seem like they might be interested in the project, please encourage them to contact me or contact David. And if we can do something to incorporate all of that into everything, we would love to do that. Thank you very much for your time and attention and collaboration. I am very much in your debt. Thank you.
Also, just one comment before Christoph officially signs us off. I just wanted to say, everybody, let's give thanks to Christoph for being such a wonderful MC this weekend.
Thanks a lot. And the last but not least, I would like to thank you all for being here today and yesterday and for making this a real fun event. Thank you all the attendees. Thank you very much. And thank you for everyone who watched us online and participated in IRC as well. And it leads me to say, before I all go, don't forget anything. Try to, if there's garbage, put it in the garbage cans. And thank you very much again. I hereby close this language creation conference, the 6th one. And see you in 2 years for language creation number 7.
Anyone who has been on the LCS board or officers or who's been involved in the LCC running, please come here. I'd like to have a nice group photo.
And anyone else who would like to have some ice cream, I bought some ice cream, so thank you to Hal. Where's Hal? Hal, are you still here? Oh, there you are. Thank you for taking me to the ice cream place. So there's some ice cream downstairs in the freezer. I'm going to go downstairs and take it all up. So if you want some ice cream, stay around. Don't go yet.